Hello guys, welcome back to the channel. A couple of weeks ago I posted a video about Escape from Tarkov, trying to explain the basics of the game. Although it is hard to explain, there's a lot to learn and all that kind of stuff. Nevertheless, I messed around a bit in it for about a month or so. And I decided, like, okay, we're gonna do a video series. That is also the reason why I did that introduction video a couple of weeks ago on my YouTube channel. I'm gonna play it a bit, probably do some 1 hour, 2 hour episodes on the stream, and then export that to YouTube to make it some sort of video series on the channel there. Then we have something new to post over there. Now, there are a few things when you start playing this game. First thing you want to do is bookmark EFT wiki. If you go, which I have done here, Escape from Tarkov wiki, you're gonna need that a lot. You're gonna have to refer to that a lot because there is no in-game map, there are no tutorials whatsoever. So yeah, this is thing you're gonna have to go through that a bit. I posted the links in the description of the first video that I did about this game. Page with a link to the wiki, a link to the specific pages for hideout, healing, all those things that I explained in the first video. And that's also what I did. I digged a bit in that wiki and I made some sort of the things that I needed the most. I made some screenshots of, meaning we have all the maps, then we have specific overviews of the maps that are available, and then all the items that you need for questing, then some overview of the, made a Google document of this one I think, some overview of the hideout, the different stations, how you have to upgrade them, in which order, what do you need to upgrade them. That is what you can find here on the first page and also on the second page here. And the end goal in the hideout is to get your Bitcoin farm running and create Bitcoins, and so far away from where we are now. I think that's the last one. The healing things, what they do, how long they go, the same for the stimulants, all the different caliber of ammunition sorted on penetration power. The top 5 for all these different calibers, so that you figure out what is good ammunition and what is bad ammunition. You can all find that in wiki. I sort of made a couple of Google Docs and a couple of screenshots for myself so that I can work with those things. And then some settings and so. Been messing around in it for about a month and a half. And so now we are starting with episode 1 of the Noob series. Now that means that I have done some things which I might regret later, but we will see. The first thing we did is we reset the account. You can always reset your account at any given time. There's only one requirement: you can only do it once every 3 weeks. That is if you do a personal reset. The game itself also resets, and that's usually because officially it's still a beta and they are still developing it. They come up with some expansions or with some new maps from time to time. In the beginning it was every 3 to 4 months that it wiped or that it reset. And now lately it's about every 6 months. If we go back to last year, 2020, it reset I think somewhere in May, and it reset in December. So December was the last wipe, which was 12.9 expansion of Woods map, and that is about a month and a half ago. So the next wipe will probably be somewhere in May or June. More than likely will happen when Streets of Tarkov, the new map, will come into play. So yeah, we have a couple of months, try to get as much done as possible, learning-wise, knowledge, experience, and then we go from there. I could make this a video series in trying to get to Kappa, but I don't even know if we ever gonna make that. Not in this wipe or ever. I bought the game somewhere last year, I played it a bit, I immediately realized, okay, I need to know more about this before I actually start playing this. So I backed out of it, I watched some videos, I watched some other streams, I digged a bit in the wiki, and then with the latest wipe in December, I actually started playing myself properly for the first time. Messed around a bit for about a month in it, and now we are where we are. I have a reset, and we sort of gonna start all over again. So episode 1 of the Noob at work. We'll see how it goes. I have reset my account on the website, so normally it should start up. And then we probably first have to create some accounts and do some other stuff before we actually ever start playing, because there are quite some things important. I played about a month. For the first time that I played myself, it actually worked properly in such a way that we die a lot. That's just a given. You're gonna die a lot. You're gonna be bad at this game no matter what. And then hopefully you get better over time. That is everybody's goal in it. But you learn something. You learn the maps. Get acquainted with the maps. You learn how the questing in the hideout and all works. Although they make changes constantly on it. So yeah, we will see. We'll also see if the reset works or not. If the resets work, then we probably have to start a new profile. Yes, we do. You could choose a couple of languages, not too many, but it is what it is. English, Russian, German, or French you can get. So we go with English, we accept. We choose a name. We'll do Noob at work, name of the series. You can change your name, I believe, once every week if you prefer to do that. I usually stick with my name forever. But yeah, in this game, RaceMasterDave doesn't make much sense. We're not much racing here. As a matter of fact, it's a slow-paced game in a way, if you want to do it properly. Once you get better at it, you might race around a bit over the maps, but at the moment, that's not going to be the case. This is already at use. Okay, we'll try Noob Master then. Also in use. Okay. Noob Master RMD. Okay, we found a name that is accepted. The first thing we have to do, we have to select a faction. You can go for Bear. The Bear are the Russian operators, and you can go for USEC, which are the English or American operators. Yeah, you get some different starting gear. The Russians are more, you get an RPK or so, some AK, Kalashnikov, whatever, and the USEC, you get an M4 or something as a starter, and some other, and then of course the necessary magazines and bullets to go with that. So yeah, whatever you want to choose. I played on the Bear, so I'm gonna go for the Bear again. Then you go next. Then you can choose, I think, between 3 characters or so. Vasilev, Kulikov, or Volkov. We'll go with Kulikov, seems to be a bit of a badass. Voice-wise, you want to go for the third one, I believe. Because if you go for Bear 1 or Bear 2, they have pretty loud voice when you are running out of stamina, and the breathing is pretty heavy. And I believe voice number 3 is a bit better. That is also more or less the difference between these things. Is that you can mumble some pre-made sentences in a way by pressing F1. And if you choose Bear, that will be in Russian. If you choose USEC, that will be in English. Other than that, not that much of a difference, except for yeah, weapons and so in the starting gear. So we have chosen our profile, which means we're going to get our starter kits. Starter kits, depending on the game that you bought. If you buy the standard edition, you over here you have an alpha container 2x2. If you bought a standard edition, if you bought a Left Behind edition, You also have an alpha container 2x2. If you bought Prepare for Escape Edition, you get a beta container, which is 2x3. And if you bought the Edge of Darkness Edition, then you get a gamma container, which is 3x3. This container here is your safe container. Whatever you put in here comes out of the raid, no matter if you die or not. So yeah, the bigger that thing is, the better. But the main thing, of course, is over here, your inventory. If you buy a standard edition, you have 280 slots. If you buy the Edge of Darkness edition, you have 680 slots. 400 slots difference, and then the other versions are in between. I believe it's 280, 380, 480 or 680, depending on which version of the game you buy. Now let's have a look. Starter gear. This is all a bit big stuff happening here. So we're gonna move some stuff first. The backpack, we can go over here. These backpacks, they are the same, so you can also put them inside each other. So we'll do that. There we go. That saves us some room, and then we have some armor, some rigs, stuff like that. We'll also move that to the bottom. We're sort of cleaning up the starter stash now. There we go. We can also use these rigs. If you don't use them in the game, you can use them as storage as well. Other than that, we have to sort everything out here as well. Yeah, you can put on some bear caps if you want. And here is our money. 500,000 rubles. $1,000 and 500 euros. That's what you start with if you buy the... I think it goes for all editions. Not necessarily you get more or something. Okay, let's have a look. Yeah, these things... we'll put some stuff over here for now. I'm gonna have a look what is in here. PSD, okay, that's fine. These are some pistols we potentially could use. We're gonna clean it up a bit. That's the idea here. There are all bullets all over the place in these things. As far as I know, they're all the same. It's all PSD. I think you can make stacks of 50. Yeah, it's gonna be a bit of a menu job in the beginning here. We have no other choice. Bullets, we have some grenades, we have some stun grenades. Not necessarily gonna use them from the beginning. Let's see, what else do we have? They gave us an AK-74M. A bunch of magazines there. Gave us a shotgun. With, yeah, not necessarily the best. I would like to know what is in here. PS. That's the first thing we're gonna do. We're gonna unload that thing. This is BP. That's already a bit better. because we're just starting up now, so we're messing around with it. These are already we had some other, we'll use those for now. Okay, so we have some headsets. We have a contact here. We have another contact. They're a bit, it's depending what you prefer. The GSSH are they are pretty loud. Fuel we're definitely gonna keep on because we need that for our generator in the hideout. And the rest we'll figure out. Here we have some more PS. We might keep them for now, but what is in here? More PS. The problem with PS is it's not the best bullets. This is BP, that's already a bit better. Not super, but it's a bit better. Okay, we got BP here, BP there. More PS. A lot of PS though. Okay, over here that's fine. It's also not the best bullets around, but it's at least top 3 for that 9x19 caliber. So we can work with that. Okie doke. Trying to sort it out a bit, that we can work a bit better afterwards. Okay, those are the mags. You can shortcut these things by hovering over it and then pressing all your numbers. Holy moly. The healing I sort of explained in the first video that I did. We might have to keep on to the PS for now because we don't have anything else. We have a few BP but not that many. Okay, that's that. Over here we have an SV. They probably will have LPS in it. We have a bunch of magazines for this as well, by the looks of it. Okay. Anything else they gave us? More PS. Couple of more magazines here. All PS. There we go. No. We have something sitting in there as well. More PS. Wonderful stuff. Okay, we sorted out the guns. These are things we're gonna keep. The T-glass we can put on. Face mask we can put on. And the rest is food and drinks and stuff. We have some armor here, some rakes. Okay. And they gave us a couple of helmets. We might actually use them at one point or another. Like, this is not a great helmet because it's completely open on the side, so they actually might kill you with it from the side. We have some other vests here. Okay, so this is gear that we potentially could use. We'll take this as our melee weapon. Could use that to knock out some players, potentially. And this bayonet thing. I think it's a bayonet or it's just a knife. It's a bayonet. Potentially can go on the AKs if you want to put it on there, but... We're gonna put all that kind of stuff, weapon parts and such, we will put over here for now. And the rest is food and drinks. Okay. We had some grenades somewhere. We'll figure it out as we go. Yeah, this is not that important. Okay, that's sorted. The weapons sorted with the bullets. We have some gear here down the bottom. And then we need to sort out food and drinks and all that kind of stuff. The food is pretty dry, but we could potentially use it because the problem I already see here with these things is we're gonna have to use it anyway because it's not found in raid. The found in raid status is kind of important in this game, especially when it comes to questing and so. Most of the things that you find needs to be found in raid when it comes to quests. So that means that you either you craft it yourself in your hideout, that is considered found in raid, or you find it out there on the map and you bring it out if you have the survive status. The survive status you get by extracting, and but there are a few conditions there. You need to be 7 minutes in the raid, or you need to have enough XP, and that usually means you can kill one scav with a headshot and then loot him. That should give you enough XP. Or you shoot 2 scavs. The scavs are the AI, by the way. So you shoot 2 AIs. That should give you enough XP. Or you shoot 1 AI in the head and loot him. That also should give you enough XP. If not, if you don't shoot anything or whatever, then you need to stay 7 minutes in the raid for items to become found in raid, and you need to extract. We will come to that probably a couple of times. Now we're gonna sort out food and drinks we got. Now we're gonna sort out the healing. Healing, you have these AIs, they just heal. 100 units of healing they have. Next to that you need some bandages. You have the normal ones. They stop light bleeding. And you have army bandages. Pretty much the same as the normal ones, but these army bandages you can use 2 times. That's the light bleeds. Then we also need something for heavy bleeds, and those are tourniquets, single use, or hemostatic, which you can use 3 times. That's for heavy bleeds. Those are the 3 things you always want to have some sort out of here. I'm gonna put it a bit lower because we need some more stuff. 100 units healing. Here you have the car first aid kit. They have 220 units of healing, so they have a bit more healing. Okay. Then I'm gonna put that down a bit. There we go. Then you also have IFAKs. They have 300 units of healing, and you have Salewas. They have 400 units of healing, and then you have the Grizzly, which has 1800 of units of healing. So yeah, this is all healing. The problem with it is the cheeses, they just heal. The car, they heal, and it's also a stops light bleed, but that's going to cost you 50 points to stop a light bleed. It sort of does the same as a bandage, but a bandage doesn't cost you anything. So it's better to use a bandage, then it doesn't cost you points from your medication immediately. And the same goes for the rest. IFAK, it stops light bleeds for only 30 points, so it's a bit less than in the car. And it also stops heavy bleeds, but it costs you 210 points. So if you have a heavy bleed and you wanna fix it with this IFAK, it's gonna cost you 70% of that thing, 210 out of the 300 points. While if you use the tourniquet, it stops the heavy bleed immediately, and it doesn't cost you anything. That's why you wanna have a bandage and tourniquet, or hemostatic. You wanna have those 2 around always. Otherwise, you're gonna go through your first aid kits very quickly. Nevertheless, you're going to go through it anyway. What also do you need is, from time to time you're going to break your legs, you need a splint. Sort of similar as with the bandages and with the tourniquets, you have single-use splints, and you have the alu splint, which you can use 5 times. And then we have some painkillers. 4 uses. I need to check it because they have changed it. Duration is 80 seconds, so you can pop a painkiller, it will last for 80 seconds. Then you have the Augmentin. This one you can use 4 times. This one you can only use once, but it lasts longer. It lasts 150 seconds. So that's a bit more. And then you have the Vaseline, and that goes for 300 seconds. So that's the longest. At this moment, you also have a gold star, which I think it's almost 8 minutes or so that you can use that. And you also have an ibuprofen, which is it's like an Augmentin, but then you can use it 12 times. So that's sort of the healing. And then you have some stims, morphine, propitol, that's sort of that. And these things we're probably going to use to make some backpacks. We'll see. This is just some hideout stuff. If you have a blackout limp, you need to use a CMS or a Surf 12 kit. We don't have Surf 12 kits, so we can also not buy them at this moment. So yeah, we're gonna have to deal with this. So that's sorted. We have sorted out the guns. We have sorted out medication and a bit of food and drinks that we had. And then we can start working with that. That's the first thing you have to do. It's going to take a while, as you can see. We're already going for 30 minutes. We just sorted out our stash. Number 1. Now, what do you take away? What do you put in there? That's all up to you. You can just say you have something else. Like, for instance, this is a pretty good rig. We could, for instance, take this one. It's not armored, so that means that you need some body armor. Do we have? I don't think we have an armor trick. Oh yeah, we do. This M1 here. So if I want to put this M1 on here, it doesn't work because you have body armor sitting in here, and this thing does have armor points, 65. So if you want to use this rig, that works, but then you need to take off your body armor. We'll just pick this. These are not. This is armor class 2. That is not that great, but in the beginning you're gonna have to work with that a lot. Keep it cheap, stuff like that. We'll keep those. Probably gonna use them for storage at one moment or another, because although we have the Edge of Darkness edition with 680 slots, we're probably gonna run out of space at a certain moment. So that is that sorted out. Now what we're gonna do now is gonna have a look at our dealers. We have 7 available at the moment. The last one is locked. We have to unlock them by doing a certain task that is given. So we are now barely level 1. We can probably get that to level 2 or level 3 just by examining certain items that you will find over here. Especially bullets, and you can do that by right click examine, or you can do it by double clicking or clicking on your middle mouse button. I don't have a middle mouse button, I have a wheel. If you have to click every time on that wheel, that's not gonna last very long, that thing. So I'm just doing the right click examine, works fine. This is sort of, yeah, we're probably not even gonna do much of a raid in this game. This is really the beginning, but I won't try to explain everything. By examining, you see things popping up on the right of my screen there. You examine all kind of stuff. You get experience for examining and for recognizing things. Now you can only do, for instance, the ammunition and the magazines and the weapons and such. It can save you some time. It can even save your life from time to time. Because yeah, if you need to pick up something and you don't know what it is, you first have to examine it. That might, yeah, take a few seconds. That might be just good enough for another guy or an AI to shoot you. So at least examine the guns. There we go. These traders have 4 levels. Over time you will upgrade them. You do that by questing and by spending money with them and so on. I like to examine everything from the first go, and then we'll see where we are. First trader done. The first guy, yeah, Propor has a few guns that you can get from him. He has a couple of bullets and magazines, mostly for the guns that he's selling. Therapist over here, she's more food, drinks, medication, that kind of stuff you can find with her. Not that much, as you can see on level 1. This guy, yeah, we're gonna skip him for now. This is the, yeah, what I call the black market guy. If you sell to him, he's gonna give you low prices. If you wanna buy from him, he's gonna ask high prices. He's a bit of the rip-off guy, but from time to time you go to him because the benefit of him is that he takes everything. Even if you have some armor which is damaged, you could potentially repair it and then sell it to Ragman. If you don't want to repair, spend the money on it, then you can always get it to Fence. He takes everything. So from time to time you're going to do business with him. If you don't see any other option, then you just sell it to Fence. Fence is always your option. He also has all kind of random gear that he sells. I think if you examine everything that he has, because these guys, there's a clock ticking there on top. Every of these traders have a restock happening every hour or every 2 hours. Depends a bit from trader to trader. You can buy from them, but you can also trade sometimes. Those are all things, as a new player, it might help you. You don't want to spend too much money in the beginning. Because if you go broke, yeah, in a way it is over. Not really, because you can always try to do some scav runs every 20 minutes. So if you click here on the double arrows on a trader, you can get the barter items. Like here you have an MP153 shotgun, and he wants a couple of keys for that, so then you need to find the keys so that you can trade it with him. For this gun he wants 2 of these horse figurines. For this thing he wants a DVD and some wires, things like that. That is if you want to do the trade. That's skier done. Peacekeeper. It takes a bit of time, but at the same time not that long, because they don't have that much on level 1 anyway. And it gives you the experience for examining it, and it also helps you out there on the map. If you find any of these things, you can just pick them up, otherwise you have to examine them first before you can pick them up. So it's better to do it here now, although it takes some time, than in the raid itself, because it might get you killed if you have to examine it. The problem is, yeah, fence. That's why I skipped him. He has quite a lot, so that's gonna take you a while. There we go. That is Peacekeeper done. Yeah, they also propose skier, Peacekeeper, also more guns and things like that. But yeah, the best guy for guns is Mechanic. If you want to sell something, either guns or parts or so, he is always going to give you the most money. But you also have to deal with the other people. Because otherwise you can't upgrade them, level them up. So it's a bit, we're going to combine that all. Try to combine as much as possible, as well questing, hideout, as all the rest. We try to combine everything, and then things will go over time. We will have a look a bit closer on these numbers. I thought he was a bit more than... especially the bullets, the magazines, the weapons you want to examine, because that's the things that you find on the map. The other things you might find from time to time, but if you find the weapon after a raid, also inspect the weapon by right-clicking a weapon. You can inspect it, and then you can also examine the things on that if you haven't yet. That is Mechanic done. Rackman, he's the guy from the clothing in general. Helmets, rigs, armor, all that kind of stuff. You end up with him. The only thing you basically know is the thing that you get in your starters thing. That's something that he recognizes. But they have made some changes, like these are relatively big backpacks. They were normally available at level 2 or something. Now they changed it that you can buy it at level 1. So then you immediately have already some decent backpacks. That's Rackman, and Jaeger we can't do because we do not have him yet. With this guy, yeah, what we're gonna do is you have some filters here on the side. We're gonna go with the guns first. And try to examine those, the ones that we don't have yet. It might also take a bit before it loads the first time. Once you have things examined with that guy, it should be fine. There we go. Almost there. Few things that he doesn't know yet. There we go. Those are the guns, magazines. One we don't know yet. And bullets. Quite a few that we don't know yet. This already shows you, he might ask a lot of money for it, but from time to time he has some good bullets sitting there. Seeing he takes everything, he also sells everything in a way. He even sells grenades, I see, for the grenade launcher. That's that. If you want, you can examine all the rest as well if you want. These are weapon parts, suppressors, muzzle brakes, hand guards, things like that. And I think he even refreshes quicker than normal. Especially these weapon parts take a bit, because they're like little small things. And they're all different, obviously, because you have 1001 parts in this thing. Sometimes he sells a few things which are more or less the same, so then if you examine it, but he adds, even now it's possible that he adds things. Although he only restocks in 30 minutes, it is possible that he adds. And that is because people are selling to him. If somebody's selling to him, which you do not see now, then sometimes you also get an error if you are examining something. That is because somebody just bought that part that you were trying to examine. And if he only has one or two, then it might just be gone and then you can't examine it anymore. I think we're almost there though. But since he takes everything, yeah, you can find all kind of stuff. There we go. A few things here. But normally, whatever he sells, you can find with the other traders at a certain moment as well. But what you have with him is he might be selling it a bit sooner than the others. Like here, these are all streamers items, for instance. Certain streamers have an item in this game, and you need that eventually to turn in for the Kappa container. But the problem is, don't buy them from them. Because they are not found in raid, it will not count towards your quest. There we go. We have examined everything that we could at this moment in time. But by doing that, we just upgraded from level 1 to sort of 2 and a bit. So that already helped us. Our first goal, or our first main goal, if you get that green number over here, just click on it and it will disappear. Our first goal is to get to level 10, because that will make the flea market available as well, and that's a market between the players. And then once you have that, the game in a way changes and also makes it way easier, because then potentially you could buy everything on the market. Now, going back to those traders. You can buy, sell, and task services. I think only Ragman has services. Yeah, you have certain clothing that, depending on the level that you are, you can unlock by buying it, and then you can change the clothing. In this case, for the bear, because that's the faction we've chosen. Also, this is different, obviously, if you select USIC as your starters guy, then you will get USIC clothing. Not something we're going to worry about unless we have some extra cash to spend when the time is there. What we going to do is we're going to have a look on which ones have tasks available. This one has debut. That's the first task from Propor, so we're going to accept that. The first quest. We need to kill 5 scabs at customs. The scabs is the AI. Customs is one of the maps. And we need to hand over 2 MP133 shotguns. We're gonna have to find them on the map if we shoot a scab or so, if we are managing to do that. Then he might have one of those shotguns. We pick them up, we try to bring them out, and then we can turn them into him. Might be possible that you check some of these traders. I think it is Jaeger, who we do not have yet, but I think he sells it. This just says hand over. So that means that if you can get your hands on it, you can turn it in. No matter how you get your hands on it. If you can buy it from one of the other traders, you can turn it in. If it says find in raid, then you actually need to find it while you are playing on the map and not buy it from the market or from the trader or whatsoever. So those are most of the things when it comes to tasks or questing. Most of the things you need to find in raid. Either find it on the map or craft it in your hideout, because that also is considered find in the raid. Propor wants us to go to customs and kill some scabs, and he needs shotguns. Therapist, we'll have a look. Shortage. She wants to find in raid or craft in the hideout 3 Salewa kits. And now we need to hand them over. That is already where that found in raid status comes into play, because if we check in our starters kit, we have 3 Salewas here. But they are not found in raid, so we cannot turn them in. So we have to find them on the map or craft them. Fence, we do not have to worry about. As you can see, he has more things you can examine. Every time you click on him, he has some new things that you can examine. You can keep doing that till a certain moment. I think some people even try to figure that one out. I think you can go up to level 4 by doing just this. Examine every time fence whatever thing he has. We're not going to do that every time, we'll just have a look. Especially weapon parts and weapons and magazines, and especially bullets. You want to have that examined before you ever go into the map. Flash drive, a diary, another pistol, Plex I think, yep. Some more guns. That's some cigarettes, yeah. Whatever you examine now, you do not have to examine on the map. That is, and once you have it examined, game will remember it forever. So that's good. Skiers. Fence you don't have to worry about when it comes to tasks. He only has one task that's all the way at the end. And then you need to turn in those streamers items, and that eventually will give you the Kappa container. We're far from that. Skier, we need level 5 before he starts giving some quests. And then we have to do a couple of quests with him till we get Friends of the West, I think it is, part 1 and part 2. If you complete that, then you will be able to get Peacekeeper quests. He will not show anything until you have finished a certain skier quest. And that's going to be a bit of a problem at a certain moment. This guy is the guy of the guns. That also means you get gunsmith. There are 16 different parts, and that more or less means that you have to, you can accept that to begin with, you have to modify weapons given certain things that he wants from you. He will explain it over here. In this case, he wants a MP133 shotgun, the same thing that Prapor wants from us, so we need to find 3 actually. 2 to hand over to Prapor and 1 for the gunsmith part. He wants that shotgun, and then he needs some specific things for it. In this case, he wants more than 47 ergonomics, a laser designator, an extended magazine, less than 950 recoil, and compact, not more than 4 cells. Now, seeing I played it already a bit, I sort of know what that means. It means that you need to find either a Remington muzzle brake or a cylinder with a GK02. If you put it on there, and to be able to get that thing to 4 cells, you need a pistol grip. And that's going to be the hardest part. We need to find one of those shotguns with a pistol grip, because otherwise we cannot bring it to 4 cells, and we cannot buy it. We don't have the flea market available yet, and we can also not buy it from the traders yet. You will be able to buy it level 2, level 3, whatever it is, but we are far from that with those traders, so at this moment we cannot get it. We need to find a pistol grip on one of those shotguns out there on the map. Then we're gonna have to mess a bit with it with the modding. The modding, that's gonna be one of our next problems. So this is gunsmith. You can just leave it be till you get the necessary parts, and then if you have one of those shotguns, you modify it and then you can turn it in. Gunsmith, yeah, you sort of want to do that at least till part number 8, because there are a couple that give a Bitcoin, and the Bitcoin at the moment is worth a lot of money. There's one of the gunsmiths gives 1 Bitcoin, one gives 3, and then the other one gives 2, so you can get 6 Bitcoins from doing gunsmith parts. It's up till 8. There are 16 parts, but the last parts are not that important when it comes to money. But the other ones you want to do because they give Bitcoins, and the Bitcoin is extremely high priced at the moment. This thing has changed also over time, because at a certain moment in time you needed to be level 15 before you got quests from mechanic. Now they have changed that, and that also means that you can do introduction. We're gonna immediately accept that. We have to find Jaeger's camp and a message, extract, and hand it over to mechanic, and that will unlock a Jaeger, which is our last trader. Before you could only do that at level 10 or level 15. I can't remember what it was, but as I said, I haven't played this personally that much. I played it a bit in the beginning when I bought it. I bought it somewhere last year, February, March. I played it a bit because I immediately realized, oh, there's a lot to learn here. There's a lot that you need to know about this game. So I backed out of it, and I started watching some videos and some streams and digged a bit in wiki page. And then eventually I started playing myself with the December 12.9 wipe. I played a bit for a month, figured it out a bit personally by playing it. Because yeah, watching it on a stream or a video is one thing, playing it yourself is another thing. I can assure you that. So I messed around a bit and now I decided to reset and start over again for stream/video purposes. So we sort of go back to mechanic. Rackman, also not something you have to worry about till I think level 15. He will not give tasks till 15. So I think it was if this guy is 15, so then I'm assuming that mechanic in the past was level 10, but now you get it immediately from the start. So we can do introduction. We need to find some Salevas and shotguns and try to kill some custom scabs. So we have to go customs to do the scabs. We have to go to woods. That's where we need to find that Jaeger camp. and try to do that. That's sort of our first goals when we go in the game, but we are not there yet. We sorted out the stash. We did examine all what we could. We have started our tasks. Messengers over here. We're gonna pin Propose, because he will give you, if he brings back stuff and, or rewards or whatever, he will get it from him. And Rackman will bring you money in case you sell some things on the market or so. So those are the two you want to have pinned, more or less. Now these messages, this is your message center in a way. You will get messages from all of the traders from time to time, especially if you're doing quests with them. That is sort of what this is. This is sort of the quests that we started with Prepare, Therapist and Mechanic, so that's where the first messages come from. It will light up, if there is a message, it will light up a number, so nothing we have to worry about. Stash is done, sorted out, and the dealers examined. We started up the task that we could start up. We're almost good to go. Although 1 hour into the game already, and we haven't played one single raid yet. That is how you have to start as a new player. Some people's stash is like one big mesh, that is up to you. I like to have it organized, that's why I organize everything a bit first. And I will try to keep it organized as much as I can once we are playing. Which leaves us with one thing, the hideout. There's not going to be much. The hideout is your personal collection of stations, let's put it that way. And yeah, there are a few things that we can do. We have 500,000 rubles. My idea here is to really play it as a new player, and that means try to save our 500,000 rubles as long as we can. The less money we need to use from that, the better shape we are. The idea, of course, is to loot things and then sell them. In the beginning, just sell them to your traders, because you don't have the flea market available till you're level 10. That will take a while. And you need to get your money somewhere, because you need to buy, even if it's only a pistol and some bullets and whatnot, then you need to buy that. So you might have to use your weapons for that. But we'll have a look on this here. Like for instance the Salewa for Therapist, you can craft in the med station. The problem with that is that they have changed that, and you now need a hemostatic to be able to craft it, and you cannot buy a hemostatic. So that's a bit of a problem. Now I can start up that med station immediately. The only requirement is 20,000 rubles, so we have 500,000 available. But it will not help us much, because we cannot craft anything, because this thing requires electricity. And before you have electricity, you need to start a generator, which we don't even have yet. So what we're going to do is we're going to start up security. That's going to cost us 20,000 rubles, but we're going to start that up because that will unlock the generator as well. There we go. Security is level 2. We already have a bit more of a secure personal place. For security level 2, we need elimination, which is one of the other stations. Started up, 45,000 rubles, and we need the endurance skill on level 2. The endurance you upgrade by, as far as I know, by walking around normally underweight, let's put it that way. If you walk around overweight, more than 35 kilograms, then you will level up your strength. So endurance is under 35 kilograms, strength, it's only 2 of the skills you have available. So we did spend 20,000 over 500,000 to start security, but that brings in an extra station, as you can see here, which is the generator. Also this they have changed. Normally the generator was only 100,000 rubles. Well, only. That's a lot for a new player. And now it also wants a spark plug. So that is something we have to look forward already if we are on the map to see if we can find that. And then we can unlock whenever we feel like we have enough money, we can unlock the generator. Luckily for us, our starter kit did give us some fuel. because you need fuel to make the generator run, obviously. And that is sort of the order we want to go. So we have done security, we unlock the generator, then we have fuel available and electricity, and then we can do med station and potentially start crafting. What else do we need? Workbench. We need to find 2 bolts and 2 screw nuts, and we need the Leatherman multi-tool. The Leatherman multi-tool you can buy, I believe, from Mechanic. You can buy that thing. You potentially could find it on the map, although I have never found it ever, so in that month and a half that I've been messing around. I also don't think you can find it on the map, you just buy it from Mechanic. So those 5 things we need, and then we can unlock the workbench. It's kind of important in such a way, by upgrading this and by starting this workbench, you unlock the modding of your weapons. Otherwise you can't even do the gunsmith because you cannot get into the modding screen. So screw nuts, bolts. What do we need for the med station? Just some money, I think, right? Yeah. We could potentially already start this. Let's start it up, doesn't matter that much. So you can see we have painkillers. You need 2 painkillers, 2 bandages, 1 hemostatic and 2 tourniquets. And that will give a Salewa. It used to be 2 painkillers, 2 bandage and 1 splint. And those were all items that you could buy from Therapist. But now it needs that hemostatic. You can only buy that from Therapist, I think when she is level 2. And that means that you need to be level 13 to be able to do that. So either you need to find hemostatics, or in this case they gave us a few. So in theory we could start it up, but we don't have fuel. That's the problem. So what did we spend now? We spent 20,000 here, 20,000 there. The lavatory is something we do want to start up as soon as possible, but it wants a toilet paper as well. Also something they have changed, that used to be just 2,000 rubles, now they want you to get 1 item. RNG will probably help us, and it will give us a toilet paper pretty quickly. And then we can start this up. This station you can make backpacks and things like that. And this station does not require the generator to run. You do not need fuel, you don't need a generator, you don't even need electricity to craft things here. So you can immediately start crafting once you have this thing unlocked. So we need to find a toilet paper. Toilet paper, bolts, screw nuts, and a spark plug. Vents, 25,000. Don't immediately need them. Illumination, yeah, we can start that, 10,000. And then for level 2, we need a generator on level 1, so not something we're going to have to worry about. If we find some bulbs and some wires, we keep them for future use. The rest is still locked, because it's all locked depending on certain things. Heating. It wants 2 matches and 25,000 rubles. And rest space is over here, we do not have that yet. Nutrition is over here, we do not have that yet. Shooting range over there, we do not have yet. So that is sort of the things that we could do. So we spent 20,000, another 10,000 here, and 20. So we spent 50,000 now, over 500,000 rubles. So we have 450,000 rubles left. We want to do the generator though, that's going to cost us 100,000 rubles. Now, if you click on tasks here, you get an overview of all the tasks or quests that you have started. You can also always check this in the game. You have your quest items over here. If you pick something on a map, sometimes you need to pick it up, and then one of the next raids, you need to drop it in another map or so. But if you want to do a bit of raids in between, you will find these quest items. If you have extracted and survived, you will find them over here. You can transfer them to the off-raid so that you don't take them out with you in the next raid. If you want to do something else in between, then you can put them over here. Make sure that when you do want to plant them or place them, that you transfer them back. You can also make some notes. So that's what we'll do. Oh, pressed on the wrong button here. Okay, that's a bit of a problem. I know what the problem is. This console thing here. No idea. Put it on this one. There we go. The problem was that I had the console on my K key, and it actually opened the. So we need a spark plug. We need screw nuts and a bolts, and we need TP, toilet paper. So you can sort of make some notes here in case you, because yeah, once you're on that map, you forget all kind of stuff. You can make some notes here, either for your quest or for your hideout, things that you need. You can always check them while you're in the game, and you just save it. That's sort of the hideout as well done. So we have sorted the guns, we have done the dealers, we have examined the things that they have, we have started up the first quests, and we have checked the hideout, what we could do over there. That leaves us with the little wheel here on the right side. Now, although I reset my account, it does recognize whatever I have put in here. So I do not have to do that. Graphics, I will double check. Same story. It remembers what I had. So these are my graphics settings. PostFX, I have it enabled, and these are the settings that I'm using there. Those who want to see that. And sound, those are 90 overall, interface 30, and the rest 0. And yeah, hideout I have on 10, but doesn't matter that much. Music, yeah, I put that off, you know, videos, Twitch, you know, that kind of stuff. Right claims, DMCA, all that kind of thing. Although it is in-game music, I know how that goes, especially on YouTube. They don't care if it's in-game music or not. They give you a right claim mail most of the time. And then the controls you already saw. Game settings, you can change your name there once a week. You have the quick slots, that is where you can 4 to 0, where you can shortcut certain buttons that if you want to use them, you can use them. Stamina and stance bar, I like to see that on my screen so that I know what's going on. So I have it on always shown. Health condition, I like to know what's going on. If you get shot, you immediately see it. You have like a little icon on the left top of your screen with your man sort of, so that you can see like if you're hit in the arm or in the leg, it will show red. You want to have your man in green basically. And then yeah, the rest. You can see FOV 75, head bobbing all the way to the left. I don't like head bobbing. And that's sort of what I have. Controls, I haven't changed too much. I just used a couple of things on my mouse, and I reset a few of these, but this is just the way you want to be. I just placed with a standard mouse 1000 DPI and a sensitivity of 0.75, as well for running around as for aiming, and the double click timeout on 0.3. That's what I have here, and then it should work. Always make sure that you save everything. Now, what are we going to put in this container here? That's a good question. We have some healing. We have light bleeds and heavy bleeds that will be stopped, which means we need a splint, painkiller. In case we have a blackout limp, we could take a CMS kit. Potentially. Seeing we don't have a surf kit, we'll take a CMS. Works fine. We have some painkillers. Yeah, it's fine actually. Those are like the 5 things you need in one way or another. Healing, light bleeds, heavy bleeds, fracture and pain. Now you can take something else which combines these things. If you take a grizzly that combines all of those things. If you have an EOD, you could potentially do that. You could put this thing in here. Then the only thing you need, you can remove all this, and the only thing that it doesn't do is painkiller, I think. So you need to have a painkiller next to it. That's a potential thing that you could use. For now, we'll just keep it here. Gives us more room to loot stuff and try to bring it out safely. Once we have the lavatory going, we can immediately start. A fleece and a ripstop. It gives you a scav backpack. 2 of them even. So with these 2 things we can make 4 backpacks just to start up already. Let's see how it goes. Now we lost 50,000 rubles by upgrading the hideout. So our goal now is try to make that back some way. We're not going to use our guy immediately. Because, as I explained in the tutorial video in the beginning, you have a scavenger and you have your personal main character, scavenger PMC. Scavenger you can do every 20 minutes in the beginning. Once you have some hideout stations upgraded, you will bring down the time for that. Which means if you have, I think it's rest space or something, that is rest space or heating, that gives you that's why you have with the hideout, it gives you certain percentages faster crafting, and also this cap is also one of those which is connected to one of those stations. Then you don't have to wait 20 minutes for a scav run. You get like 15 minutes or 12 minutes or whatever. Scav run, you get some random gear. If you make it out, whatever he has on him, you can keep. Whatever you loot in the meantime, you can keep. If you make it out. That's always rule number 1 in this game. If you don't make it out, you lose everything. Also on your guy. So we'll do a scav run. What you also have to consider if you're questing, if you do the quest, needs to be done with your PMC. Everything you do with your scav does not count towards that questing unless it is certain items that you need to turn in. Like now if I go out with my scav and I can find a Salewa, then I can turn it into therapist. Because items that you need to find, you can do with your scav, but if you have to pick up a message or whatever, all those kind of things, you cannot do that with your scav. Let's see. We'll go customs. 5:30 in the morning. Might actually not be that bad. But we'll do 5:30 in the evening. They gave us a sawed-off Mosin, by the way, which is like a bolt action rifle. Playing as a scav, the benefit of that is that you're, in theory, only up against other players. Because you play as an AI, the other AI is not going to shoot you, unless you shoot one of them. If you shoot one of them, then yeah, all of them are alerted, or at least anybody nearby is alerted. Might be possible that if you shoot a scav in the beginning of the game, let's say on the west side of the map, and then you meet another scav on the east side of the map, there might be a possibility that he does not shoot at you because he didn't see that you shot one of his friends, so it's he doesn't know. But most of them that are in the area, when you shoot another scav, they will know and they will shoot at you. You always have to, immediately once you come into the game, you always have to look what this scav has. Because he can have like, he can for instance have the 50,000 rubles that we just spent in the hideout. He can already have that. Of course, if you play as a scav, you do not have your secure container and all that, so yeah. He can also have a lapsed keycard or something like that. Passage between the rocks and railroad to the military base are our extractions, and we have about 10 minutes left. Not that much. He brings us a Salewa here already. Here in that bush is always a dead body. And that guy always has the unknown key. Unless somebody has taken it, which seems to be the case. We need that for a quest later, so yeah, we're gonna have to come back and pick it up. Somebody picked it up already. We're sort of towards the west side. Checking the area. I'm gonna take that knife. We need 5 of those knives for a quest. Yeah, that's the benefit of playing a month, testing it out a bit. Now, we know that there was a dead body there. That also tells us that there is a guy here somewhere. Never, ever immediately loot your victims. Because there is always a chance that he has a friend. This was a player. You alt click and I missed. Even now, I probably lose it too early, because he did have a friend. I think, or this was a third party getting involved. Well, our first raid, we killed the player. We have no loot or anything, but we also didn't lose anything because it was not our gear anyway. Okay, now let's have a look. PP-19. I'm not a fan of that gun, but I guess we're gonna have to deal with it. I'm not gonna take the RPK. RPK is a pretty good gun. But not with the bullets that we have available. So we'll save that for later purposes. We could just try run it with a pistol actually. Where is that rig here? This thing is also not... This backpack, do we have anything smaller? Not really. 2 painkillers, 2 bandages. Needs a lot of our medication to make this Salewa. Now that Salewa that we picked up there, we didn't bring it out, but that was not a full thing. You don't need a full thing for the quest. So if you have like something which has like 10 out of 400, yeah, bring it along. You can hand that over on Therapist. And then if you find one 400 out of 400, you can just keep that and use it for your own use. So now it's just a matter of going in as a PMC, because if you now go to the scav, you will see 18 minutes something. So it's always every 20 minutes you can play with a scav. Those are sort of, yeah, that's your money maker in a way, because you don't lose anything. Like now we died, but you do not lose anything because it was not your gear to begin with. So these are your money makers. Whatever you can make from these runs, if you make it out, that you can use for your hideout and stuff like that, then you save your money. A lot of people, they try to buy some decent gun with that first 500,000 rubles and then they're broke. Yeah, then you have to go to the website and reset your account again, or you can only do scav runs every 20 minutes because you have no other gear to run around with, and then you have to sort of build it up again with scav runs. Not ideal. So in the beginning we're not going to worry about that and all that kind of stuff, but we're obviously also not going to take our best gear. Like this helmet, you can as well use it. It gives you 30 health points. If you look on health, on your head you have 35. If you put on a helmet, then you have in theory 65, which already makes it harder that they are going to one-tap you. Nevertheless, some bullets will be able to do it anyway. Helmets is not that important, and the LZSH I don't think we need anyway. So all of the things that you get on your starter's gear you pretty much can use because it's not found in raid. So you cannot turn these things in for quests or whatever. Yeah, these things, these bear caps we don't really need. So now we need, we have a headset, we have a helmet, we have armor, and we have a rig. We could already, for instance, save by not taking the backpack. Possibility. And I might actually do that. Because what I want to do in my first raid, the other way around. What I want to do in my first raid is unlock Jaeger. So we only have one goal. Try to find that message from Jaeger and try to extract so that we can unlock our last trader. So I'm just going to take this pistol. It's not even a good pistol, and we'll take a couple of extra magazines. 72 bullets, 4 magazines, and we'll start with that. With only one goal, try to stay out of trouble and pick up that message. That's our goal for this raid. But this time we go in as a PMC. So if we get shot, whatever we have on us, we will lose. That's why I don't take too much. We'll go at 6:50 in the morning. Because it turns night, yeah, really night at 10 p.m. But it starts to get dark around 8:30 or so. So we'll go at 6:50 in the morning. Now here you can choose to insure all of that stuff. You can choose to insure it with Prepare or Therapist. Prepare takes a bit longer before you get your stuff back, I believe. Therapist goes a bit faster. But with Therapist it's a bit more expensive. If you insure with Prepare, you have only 3 days to claim it when it comes back from insurance. If you insure with Therapist, you get 1 week before you have to claim it. What does that mean? That means that if you get shot by a scav or so, and you have your gear insured, then you get that back if nobody loots it. If you get shot by some other player, he probably will not loot that pack up because it's not that great. It's only armor class 2. So more than likely, if you want to insure that, but yeah, it's going to cost you 3,000 rubles. If you click on something else, I can theoretically insure all that stuff here. I can insure my rig. It's not so good rig, probably people do not pick it up. But yeah, then it's going to cost you 20,000 on insurance just to get these things back. For 20,000 you can buy a pistol, a magazine, pretty decent pistol. You can buy something like a Glock for 15,000, 2 magazines, a couple of bullets, cost you 21,000. It's up to you if you want to insure or not. At this moment I'm not going to insure. I also, in that month that I was playing around, occasionally I short. Once I had a bit of money I tried to insure. But like now we have not made any money, I'm not going to insure. That's sort of the theory that I go by. If we have made money enough to pay for the insurance, then I might insure. The thing is, yeah, you can get shot by some scav with a shotgun or so. Yeah, then it's stupid that you think like, oh, I should have insured, because you will get your gear back. Nobody will loot it. But if you, especially later on, if you have better gear, you get shot by a player, you don't get anything back because they will loot you. Simple as that. Then the insurance is not worth it. But yeah, you insure in case you get shot by a scav or so. Then you will get your gear back. But yeah, if you have like really decent gear, you're probably not gonna get shot by a scav. Unless he really surprises you. Because you may have more stronger gear and stuff like that, so. Once we've made some money, I will insure like the armor and the rig and things like that. If it doesn't get looted, you get it back, and then you always have armor and rigs and stuff like that. Otherwise you have to buy it and then it costs you money, so it's a bit, yeah, whatever you want to do. I don't believe in the insurance very much. We might die here, we'll see how it goes. It already depends on where we spawn in. We only have one goal, and that is to unlock Jaeger, so we need to find that message and extract with it. And that's sort of, yeah, what I've been doing in that month that I've been playing is mainly try to get a bit acquainted with all the maps and so. Customs I pretty much know inside out. That means that I know the map layout, I know the extractions, and I also know every single ground stash, which is kind of important, especially as a new player. You find a lot of things that you need for quests and hideout in those ground stashes. This map is already another problem. I know the layout, I more or less know the extractions, I know the way to go. Although it's not always, as you can see, that easy. Because yeah, they drop you somewhere in the woods. You have 50 minutes. Good luck. Yeah, actually it's not even that bad. Yeah, well, not super easy, but... It's not super for our message, because we're on the other side of the map at the moment. That is something you're gonna hear a lot. There is a new quest, there is a boss here which is hanging out on the lumber mill. And there's a new quest that they have added recently, where you have to kill him 25 times. just running because, yeah, I hear some shots behind us. If those guys hit us, we are dead. So what I'm trying to do is listen where the shots are, and at the same time I'm trying to get closer to where I need to be to pick up that message. So we had some shots over there, we had some shots over there, and then also there, where the buzz is, there were some shots. Those are players spawning in behind us. Next thing I'm gonna do is double tap O to see where our extractions is. It's the bridge extraction or outskirts. ZB14, you need a key, we do not have that. Factory gate, you need a friendly PMC. Together with a player, that's just something which will never ever happen. There might be some player up here. There's also a sniper's cap up here. So we're gonna try to sort of try to stick around the tree line. You can try to shoot if we see somebody, but there is a sniper's cap somewhere on that rock there. But seeing there were so many shots happening, probably somebody already took him out. Over there we see some white in the forest. That is actually the plane. We can move just because that's behind us. We're not gonna make into any fights. I think that's sniper's cap probably, or somebody who took his spot. But we are behind the rock, so he's not shooting at us. Bit of a problem here. There is the plane, as you can see. We need to be a bit left of that plane. That's where but we're a little bit surrounded by people. That's that hut that we need to be. But we're getting pushed from behind. There's our message. So we get the message, now we need to extract with it. And then we can turn that in with mechanic, and that will actually unlock. The only problem is we need to stay on the tree line, not too much to the left, because there are actually minefields. We have a long way to go though. Because we cannot extract. Unless we find a friendly PMC, which is not gonna happen. Oh, friendly scav, I mean. It's never ever gonna happen. There's a guy running. Which seems to be a player because he keeps running. The scav will stop from time to time. Although sometimes it's very hard to see the difference. Especially since they have adjusted the AI. And they are now acting exactly like a player. They lean right and lean left. And, and they also loot. And they have adjusted them a bit. Made them a bit more intelligent. We have quite a serious problem here though. There is the factory, there is a factory gate there. It's one of our extractions, but it's never gonna happen. We as a PMC, we need to find a player who is playing as a scav, and then we need to be friendly with them, and then we can extract both of us. I have never seen it happen, ever. Not experienced it, I have not seen it on any other video or stream, or unless you have some stream snipers or friends or so who are managed to get into the same lobby, same server than the guy. We have a bit of a problem. Maybe this guy here. Our problem is that you see the camp over here. Behind the camp is the lake, and we have to go all the way around the lake. That's where our outskirts extraction is. The bridge extraction is all the way on the other side of the map. Don't have to worry about it. ZB14 is also on the outside outskirts side, but there you need a key, which we do not have. We don't have ZB14, so that place though. The thing with that is you have meds there, foods, lots of stuff in there. So I would like to have a look, but I also saw something running there on the other side. If it's a scav, we might be able to take him with our pistol. If it's a player, no way. Unless it's another player scav or so who's doing a quest, also doesn't have that much gear. Because we are playing as our PMC now, that means that if we run into an AI, they will also shoot us. There you already have it. And we actually have two. Yeah, this is something even I can't explain that one. He's sitting behind a rock, I'm sitting behind a rock. Yet he shoots me. Even with a shotgun in, yeah, the shotgun scav again. If you come back out of a raid, you can immediately heal. Will cost you a couple of thousand rubles normally, but the first, I think it's the first 10 or 15 times it is free or something like that. Let me have a look what it says. The first 5 levels or 30 raids. So if you hit level 5, you need to pay, or if you if you don't do quest, then it takes longer to get experience and level up. Then it might take 30 raids, but there's no way level 5 is going to take 30 raids. So at the moment we can just heal for free. We can heal for free, but we lost whatever we had though. Our pistol and the rig and that And more importantly, for us, is that we lost the message. So we're gonna have to go back and pick it up again. And to do so, we need to get our guy again. As a new player, does it all matter? Yeah, quite a bit. Like, for instance, we have lost all our healing, and our bandage, and our tourniquet. Now, these are things, you can buy them from a therapist. 4,000 for the healing, bandage is about 2,000, splint is 2,600, tourniquet is 1,300, painkiller is 5,600. But yeah, like a bottle of water, for instance, is already 12,000. That money goes very quickly once you run out of these things. We lost a bit of energy, we lost a bit of hydration, so you could eat a bit. The problem with this thing here is a pretty dry stew, I think. It gives you plus 50 energy, so this thing will be 100 again. And it loses 5 hydration, so we're gonna have to drink after that. So we can eat this, or we can say, well, we wait till we are 50 energy, because it gives 50 energy. If you use all, this thing goes back to 100, so energy is fine again, but now we have to drink. With the thing with these bottles of water, for instance, we can drink the vodka, but then we will be a bit dizzy. As you can see, this thing does all kind of stuff. And the strange things with the vodka is that it actually doesn't even... You lose 50 hydration. So you actually dry out by drinking vodka. Interesting. We have 77 health. That means that if you drink normal water, you're gonna have to usually have to do one more. So you can click on use, and then you can play around with that bar so that you don't have to drink all your water. So we probably do, if we do 24, it should be around 100, I think. There you go. So if you're like 70, you do 31. If you're 60, you do 41. So they're like that, and then it brings it back to 100. And we go again. We just go in with a pistol. Now, you can use one of these rigs that you have here, but they are pretty decent rigs. If you're just gonna go for the message, what you can also do is you go to Ragman and you buy this bank robber thing here. It only costs 10,000 rubles, very cheap. It's also not something you have to worry about. You pick it up, you can stick a couple of magazines in there. We'll take a grenade, see if we have them. Might be our savior at one point or another. I do wonder why I just lost 11,000. Must have missed something. What did we miss? Oh yeah, we bought the bank robber. Yeah, okay, all fine. We are going to take this helmet for now, and this headset. Headset, helmet maybe not, but headset is always something you take. And if you just have a normal rig, you want to take some armor. This is class 2. We have another one here which is class 4. So this is like way better armor. So we have 2 spare magazines over here. If we are able to, for instance, kill a scav, then we can take his rig if he has a better one, or his backpack, and so on. Yeah, I would like to have Jaeger though unlocked. So what we're gonna do is go again in a second, because meanwhile our time is up for the scav. We can use the scav again. We cannot go to we can go to woods, we can go to whatever map we want, but we cannot go pick up that message as our scav. That does not work. You have to play as your own character to get quests done. So we can scav in. Let's do customs. Morning. The thing is, if you play as a scav, you do not spawn in the beginning of the map. You spawn somewhere in the middle of the map or so. Meaning, customs, for instance, is I think 45 minutes or 50. We will probably spawn in with about 15-20 minutes to go. So we're spawning in already in the middle of the match. Some people might be already dead. He has a headset, he has a rig, he has a backpack, he has a weapon. In theory, he already has good enough stuff to just run out and use that in our next run. That's one of those things you can do if you play as a scav. You can run out and just use all that gear in your next PMC run. Then in a way you play for free. Especially in the beginning, you need to do it like that. We'll see what we get, where we spawn in, how much time we have, that kind of stuff. Let's see. We get 45,000 rubles. We get some keys, RBOB, some very decent. Yeah, this is definitely good enough to run away with. Don't know what the RBOB, I don't know if it's worth much. Let's have a look. We have 17 minutes left. Railroad to the port and crossroads.
Чики-брики, пальчик выкинь.
You what, mate? We are playing as a scav now, so we do not have to worry about that guy behind the blue fence here. Gonna go to this corner, see if we can find something here. We have to go to the west side. Some bandage. We have healing, we have light bleeds, heavy bleed, we have painkillers. The only thing we have to worry about is breaking our legs, because we don't have a splint. Other than that, check around this tree here, the giving tree. Green smoke, that means that this extraction is open. The thing is, we have to go west side. I do want to check that scav. He does have a good backpack though. Well, a big one. Bit of scav violence, so we actually shoot our own family here in a way. The other one is dead already. I'm gonna risk it anyway. We're gonna take that mask. We're gonna put it in there. Take it with us as well. If these guys have anything left. We're gonna take that knife. Might all sound silly, but we need 5 of those knives. You can as well pick them up in the beginning, then you don't have to worry about it afterwards. Another 5,000 rubles. Somebody didn't care for money. They killed them and they didn't even pick it up. We're getting shot from 2 different sides. The guy on our right somewhere. I thought I shot him, but it was actually a railroad thing. That's always a problem with this thing. You see some of these guys running around and they shoot people like at 150 meters. Same PC system and everything like that. I don't know how they see them. I really don't. I was looking around like an idiot. I did not see anything. I got shot from the right and from the left. Well, that's a pain in the ass. We can't get a win on our belt. I just needed to make it out with it because that guy had 50,000 rubles and some other stuff that we could use. Yep. Which it is. Try to get that matches again. We're just going with a pistol. Not insuring it. It's not even a good pistol. Same goal as before. Try to get the message again, and this time try to get out. Since we're pairing as our PMC, that means that we do start at the beginning of the game this time. Which means for Woods, I think that's 50 minutes time that we have to get to whatever it is that our extractions are. Always depends a bit which side you spawn in. Customs, it's a matter of west or east. Spawning in the west, you need to extract somewhere on the east. If you spawn in the east, you have to extract somewhere on the west. We did shoot a scav on customs, but since we were playing as a scav, that does not count towards our quest with Prepare, where you need to kill 5 scavs. But nevertheless, it gives you a good idea, though. It gives you a good idea how brutal this game is. I know there are a lot of people hating customs because heavy gear PvP. The fact that we reset now 1.5 months into the wipe, that also does not benefit us, because that means there are some people already playing 1.5 months. They are running around with some very good gear. If we run into those guys, we are dead pretty much. But yeah, I had to reset because well, either I could reset or I had to buy another copy of the game to do this video series. So but we're still okay. We're still just using our starter's gear, so we haven't bought anything except for that that little bank robber rig for 10,000. That's it. You want to make some money so that you can get your next loadout as well, medication and an armor and a rig and that kind of stuff. And then next to that, make some money so that you can upgrade your hideout and things like that. But I would like to get that Jaeger quest done, but yeah. I know how brutal it can be. I think I've done it 4 times or 5 times when I started playing a month ago, before I actually made it out with that message. I had the message every time, but because yeah, there are not that many people hanging around on that plane. But you need to get out, that's always a problem. We'll see. The best way will be if we could like spawn near the message, pick it up, and then we can sort of determine our route where we go. Again, spot. Really is. If you aim and then hold breath, then he shut up. Actually not that bad, but the thing I'm worried about is I don't think I'm the furthest spawn here. I think there's a guy here. question is, where did he run? He might be inside the building there. Let's examine this. A hard disk, we'll take that. We'll take some euros. Take a grenade. You can pick that up and then drop it. The helmet does not want to be in there. Okay, didn't know that. Then we'll pick up this thing. We can drop this and put this one on. It's a better helmet. No, that's the thing, of course. Seeing we dropped that thing, it was not insured. We will not get it back. Is there another one here? If you run in the open, always go zigzag. It's harder to shoot a moving target than one which is going in one straight line. Okay. We're back on our plane there. But I'm pretty sure there is a guy spawning in that little town there. So the question is, where is he? Is he still hanging out there? There's all kind of stuff that you can loot there. So he might be inside there. Or did he storm forward trying to get a bus? That's also possible. Maybe it's some sort of chat. The benefit of this is that there is not that many people hanging around here. If you do this early wipe, when there has been a wipe, everybody is doing the same quests. This place can be like a bit of a fight here. We got our message again. Like I remember when I did it a month ago, early wipe, everybody was doing this. I got shot a few times here just picking up the message because everybody was hanging around here. Now they have other objectives. They are on later quests, or they are just trying to kill Sturman, which is the boss, which over there on the lumber mill gives you a few more options. We are back here on the camp, and we have the same problem as before. Meaning we're on the wrong side of the lake. We have to go outskirts. We don't have the ZB14 key. Bridge extraction, you need 3,000 rubles. We just picked up $46 euros, that's it. So no matter how we're gonna do it, we're gonna have to go around that lake. That's gonna be a problem. I'm looking for a scab and try to get as low ground as possible. I would like to check that place though. disk. The reason I pick up these hard disks, these are barter trades for a backpack with one of your dealers. We're gonna drink the milk. Okay, we're gonna drop this. I'm gonna pack up the toilet paper because it's, for us, that's more important. We need that to upgrade our hideout. It does not need to be found in raid. The super water we can use to drink. The Chonka, if we do make it out of this raid, we need that one of the next quests for Jaeger. Okay, get rid of the matches. There are scabs around here, but they are also shooting somebody. That HCO also refers to something. Problem is, there are lots of stuff here. We get a gun? Nope. I don't hear this cab anymore. Was not a scab, I think. He also had a helmet on it. Because I hit him, I think, the first time. Let's see. Nope, was not a scab, was a player. Hit count 2. I hit him twice. He hit us a couple of times, but looks a bit. Jesus Christ. The problem with this thing. What we need is we need to spawn in around that camp. Can pick up the message and then we can extract on the whole other side of the map. It's way safer than we have to do it here now. $3 minutes and 20 seconds for our next scav. So we are sort of gonna go again with our last pistol. I am going to take one of these though. And the last one of those. Get rid of those things. We'll take our bear cap. Yeah, it doesn't matter. We'll take enough magazines. Four, five, six. Healing, light bleed, heavy bleed. Now, we got something out of it. We got 46 euros. We got the Tushonka out of it, but seeing we got killed, it was not a survive, so it's not found in raid, but we can still use it for to eat. And we got the Aquamaris out of it, which is super water. Unlike with this water, you only have to use like half of it or something, I think. So if you have like 80 hydration, you only need to use 10 of that instead of 20 to bring it back to 100. And we got that toilet paper out of it. And that means we at least got something out of this. Because it means that we can upgrade the laboratory. Construction time is instant. We have our toilet paper and we need 2,000 rubles. Construct. We examine a few things that we haven't examined yet, because this brings us some options. You don't need fuel for this station, so you can craft whatever that you can craft at level 1, which gives us a few options, as you can see. We can craft bandages, army bandages, 10 of them. We have to be able to do so. We need 5 normal bandages and a bottle of vodka. We have a bottle of vodka. We can buy the bandages potentially. We can make alu splints, so that gives us already light bleeds and fractures options. We do need these things to make that, of course. But we do have 2 fleeces and 2 ripstop sitting in our inventory. So what we're immediately going to start is this. Ripstop, a fleece. We hand it over. It takes 1 hour to produce, and then we'll get 2 backpacks from it for free. You can only, at this moment in time, only craft 1 thing per station. Later on, you can actually craft 2 things, or you can even do 2 of the same crafts if you have it completely expanded, but we're far from that, obviously. We just started. So this is working. In 1 hour it will be ready. And that station we can always use. We don't need fuel. Of course, for the generator we have the fuel, but we don't have the spark plug yet. That of course also means that we can adjust our nodes. In such a way that we do not need the TP anymore. We just need a spark plug for the generator, screw nut and bolts for the workstation. And we're gonna have a look on mechanic, because so we found Jaeger's camp, we found the message, but we didn't bring it out, so it does not count. The only thing that counts is that we found the camp. We know where the camp is. We picked it up twice already, but we didn't make it out with it. Other than that, we probably want some armor. So it's one of these ripstops, and please, it's in your starter's kit. At least it was if you select bear. I'm assuming it's the same if you select USEC. We had 2 of those of each, so we can make 4 backpacks. So I started up 2 now. Once that is done and we collect our backpacks, we will make the other 2 as well. You do need ripstop and fleece for a quest, but that is way later with Ragman. We will find more than enough. At the moment we just use whatever they give us. And that also means the armor here. This is cheap armor. You can pick it up for 25,000 rubles with Ragman or so. This is level 4 armor. It's better armor, it's also more expensive. We keep that maybe for later. There we go. And by putting these things in here in our secure container, we actually came out with it. Chichonka, we cannot use it for a quest, but we can use it to fill up our energy, and the water to fill up our hydration. That's why I put it in there. So even a stupid toilet paper, I put it in my secure container because I knew I needed it to upgrade the hideout. In case we died, we at least made out with the TP and we could start up our lavatory. So toilet paper is worth not much, but for us as a new player, it completely is worth a lot. That's why we do it this way. I think we meanwhile have another scav, so we're gonna scav in and try to get an extraction this time. Yeah, I'm gonna go customs again. This time our goal is finding a couple of toolboxes so we can get some bolts and some screw nuts so that we can start up the generator and a spark plug and also the workbench. You always have to go in with a goal. Very often you don't make it out. But there are so many things to do. We are very early days now. But once you have 10, 15 quests at the same time running, you can combine a few. I think there are over, I don't know, around 200 quests. To get a Kappa container, you do not need to do all of them. But you need to do at least 160, 170 or so. But that's a long-term goal, and yeah, that's sort of the goal. Try to get the Kappa container before the game resets again, which we assume is somewhere in May or June, whenever they release Streets of Tarkov. But next time this will all go way smoother, location-wise, because we know better routes, we know where to find things. Now we have to do a lot of wiki. That's sort of what I did in the last month. I sort of played through it a bit to get an idea what's going on. We have a heavy bleed. We have a saga with green tracers. I do have to check it out though, because I'm not happy with this button settings. Checking the chamber and so instead of switching to might have to recheck my settings. Okay, let's have a look on the situation. They dropped us very late, only 11 minutes in. Customs is 45 minutes and they drop us in with 11 minutes ago, so that's very late. S&B, pretty good bullets. M855, not so great, but better than nothing. I don't think we have anything in that caliber, so. Tool set, nice. DVD, I think it's a barter trade or something. We still have to have a look on these barter. I don't think we need those. We'll loot it, we'll drop it. Why do we do that? Gives us loot experience. Although we don't need the item. What is going on here? 1, 2, 3, 4 scabs. Jesus Christ. Railroad to the port out gas station. The question of course is, are they all scabs or is some guy a player who is acting like a scab? There's too much going on here. I think our goal is old gas station. With 11 minutes to go. Minutes to go. As soon as you have only 10 minutes left. That guy's waving way too soon. Too quick, to be honest. There are too many scabs here. Look at this. 1, 2, 3, 4. And there was a 5th one running there. One of them's gotta be a player. We are also playing as a scab, that's why they are not shooting us. Also not gonna shoot them because it's a hell. If we shoot one of them. The screwdriver I'm gonna bring along because there are also barter trades. So we can get that toolset that we have now. It takes 4 slots. But we can get with some single slot items. We can barter with mechanic for a toolset. It will work way better. And also less heavy to carry around. I'm gonna do a few of these ground stashes, see what we can find. At the moment we're just picking up everything. And then we'll deal with it later. Doing a big loop around here now. Gonna be a bit tricky business here. This bunker here, that little bunker, is ZB1011. It's always open for people who spawned in on the west side of the map. So they're gonna have to come here to extract. Where is it? Here somewhere? Freaking strange thing. There are 2 guys there, duo. They shoot us. Well, they shoot once at us and then they run away. And then there is guys throwing a grenade. I know there's a ground station. bolts. Don't need meds for now. PBM will take. Yeah, okay, we'll take them. Bit of a problem here though. So we have a duo that went in there. Question is, did they extract or not? Or they're just gonna sit there. The other problem is, we saw a flash grenade explode here. Was somebody sitting in that building, or was it those two guys? But the thing that we have is, we don't need to extract there. So if we can avoid those two, we're good to go. We have 5 minutes, which is more than enough time. We need to be left off that train there, so. We have some stuff that we need though. Let's have a look. Yeah, drink we can always use. The DVD is a trade, the bolts we need. The toolset we need for the quest as well. So it might not seem that much that we have sitting here, but it is. I'm gonna stop doing this shit. Always these fucking players, man. The guy runs to the fence, he stops, doesn't shoot me, and he runs on. So I think, okay, that's a scav. It wasn't, it was a player. Player scav. But sometimes you want to use them, like on the checkpoint where we had those 4 or 5 caps. There's so much activity. If there's another player, then they start shooting at him, then you know there's another player coming. But I'm gonna stop doing it. I'm just gonna shoot everything that I see. Because they always fool me, these players that act like they're a scav. They stop, they check their magazine, it's sort of like typical behavior that a scav does. But all in all, yeah, it's not a win, but it's also not a loss because it was not our guy, right? So that's why you do those scav runs. If you do make it out with it, it's always a win. You can always only win with that thing. The only thing that you lose is a bit of time, but you're playing the game. It's always going to cost you time if you play a game, so that's what it is. Back to our PMC, we have set them up. Oh yeah, what I want to check out is see if there are any interesting barter trades. The Mosin, we have 5 batteries, D batteries and 8 A batteries. 2 of these ES lamps gives us some grenades, but we have a couple of grenades. The AKS-74U need a horse and a cleaner. The fact that you need a horse for it, it's already not worth it. So that's not that interesting. We'll have a look with Therapist, what she has to offer. Salewa, if we can find some plate, then we have a Salewa, healing, food, a match and a lighter. 2 toothpaste gives you a herring. The H2O2 bottle, that gives you a bottle of water. We have let it be there. And the hemostatic, you need 2 pack of screws for 1 hemostatic. Those are things that might be interesting. At the moment we're fine. We just started. We still have enough. Shotgun here. Yeah, he needs a bunch of cars. 6-pack, car key, and the Yotota key. Yeah. DVD and a wire gives this Zenit RP1 charge handle. You need a few for gunsmiths to bring the ergonomics up or so. You need one of those, so that might be something that we can be needing at some point. Peacekeepers. 3 CPUs and 3 CPU fans gives you an M4. That's actually not a bad trade, because if you loot a couple of computers you can find these things pretty easily. MP5, 8 of those knives, 7 duck tags, level 8 or higher. So if you kill a player level 8 or higher, you can trade it in for an MPX. And then, yeah, this is probably the most interesting for a new player. Hard disk, that's why I was picking them up earlier. You can trade that for this backpack. Mechanic, yeah, of course, if you find a Tetris, the Bitcoin. But the chances that you find a Tetris are pretty slim. What is interesting for us is this toolbox here. 2 blue, 5 blue gunpowder and 2 green gunpowder. If we find them over time, we can keep them and trade them in for an ammo box. We have all this ammo sitting here that takes places in your inventory. You want ammo boxes, as many as possible. When you have this guy on level 2, you can just buy them from him. But at the moment, you could do it with a trade. That's sort of how it usually goes. You get a trade, and then on the next level, you can actually buy that item from him. These handguards, green battery and 2 D batteries. We do need one for gunsmith part number 2, in case we don't find an AKS with it on. Then we need to. So that's also something, mainly batteries by the looks of it. Ragman, let's see what he has to. He also has that same backpack as Peacekeeper, but he wants 2 dog tags for it, so you have to kill 2 players and bring in the dog tags. But he only wants a level 1 though, but nevertheless, it's easier to pick up a hard disk than to kill 2 players. 3 of those masks gives you a P.A.K.A. 3 energy drinks gives you an Untar. That is for later, might be interesting for later, when we have to do a quest where we have to wear this. Paper gives you a headset. 2 bleach gives you a helmet. You could, for instance, make the bleach in your hideout. You can trade it for a helmet. Chainlet is not. That's not worth it. And Jaeger we don't know because we still don't have him. Oh my god, my god. Yeah, I don't like that PP-19, that's a problem. We'll just go in with the pistol again. I want to get rid of these pistols anyway, they are not that good. We go back to woods, we're gonna go try to get that Jaeger unlocked. That's still our goal. We go at 3 in the afternoon. And we're not insuring. As long as we have not made money, we're not insuring. That's the first time when I started playing, I found that was... You see all these people in their YouTube videos and whatnot, they're always insure, and you start playing as a new player, you do exactly the same. And then you start realizing that a lot of money goes to insurance. And you only get like half of it back if you're lucky. If we make some money, then we insure. If we don't make money, we do not insure. That's sort of the rule that I go by. Because otherwise, a lot of your money goes to insurance. Obviously, we are still talking about the start of a new player, right? If you have 20, 30, 40 million, you don't care, you just insure everything. But if you insure too much, at a certain moment you will not have room in your inventory, you can't even claim it in time. You can take things from your insurance by alt clicking it. You can immediately put it on your guy, so then you can use it the next raid. But if you have a lot of stuff sitting in your insurance, it's a message you get from Papor, and you can keep it there for 3 days, I think. If you insure with therapist, it's a week. Not sure if you insure with mechanic. Those are the 3 that you can insure with. But yeah, like therapist, it's a bit more expensive. If you're just casual player, you do have a week to claim it. If you play more often, just insure with Papor. You only have 3 days to claim it, but if you play often enough, it doesn't matter. The same goal here. Get the message again, and this time get out. We have that same freaking spawn. Which in theory is not even such a bad spawn, because it's not that far away from the plane. But I don't know if there is somebody spawning left or not. That's something I would like to know. There's definitely one spawning there. Or that was our spawn, that's also possible. Normally I run to the right to that town and loot it, but we need to have the message first. But I'm pretty sure there's gotta be a guy spawning somewhere on that side there. So the question is, where does he go? Here we go. Backpack. We did need the matches, right? What? Oh my god, is this bullshit? Oh, it's conflicting with my headset. Okay, never mind. That helmet is not that great either. I'd rather have ears than I'd rather hear a player. Sniper scav up there, I think. Yeah, I do remember I spawned behind that walker there once. So there is a spawn there. So then it might be possible that there is not one here in this little town. Might run into this guy there, but Sniper's rock. He's shooting at somebody. job. Fucking gun or something. Need to move because sniper scav is shooting, but there's somebody shooting behind us at sniper scav, I think. Which means that we get pushed again to this place. I wanted to actually turn around, to be honest. It was a player, but it was complete headshot. I don't think he even had a gun. Somebody shooting at him. So we need to get away from this. Yes, he also has a pistol or something. He's probably doing the same thing that I'm doing. That is a player scav. This guy is lagging back and forth as well. That's the other problem. I have no idea where. I don't think he ever noticed me once. He's running to the UN roadblock though. Not so worried about that hatchling with his knife. More worried about the other guy shooting. He might come here. Thought there was something to loot here. Enforced it. No, I'm picking this with me. Put this in my secure container, we need it. At the moment where we cannot get it. We need a 34mm to the gunsmith equation. Amen to no. Yeah, I have to go all the way around that lake without being noticed by those fools. Because yeah, we're running around here with a pistol. The other problem is, I'm assuming people killed the boss by now. Let's get in the bush for now. Oh. That's a scab, I think. It's gonna be mayhem though. We need to be over there, on that side of the lake. So we're gonna have to go that way around. We can't go there, because then we blow ourselves up. It's minefields. But there is still shooting going on, so I'm kind of thinking, do they not have the boss yet? What do we have with us? Yeah, we do have enough bullets, that's not a problem. Problem is there is some guy sitting on a rock there, I think, shooting at anything that comes to outskirts. But the problem is it's our only option. Let me double check that. Yeah. We don't have ZB14. We don't factory gate is with a friendly scav. In other words, a player scav. It's never gonna happen. And the bridge extraction, you need 3000. Rubles, which we do not have with us. So we're gonna have to do this very carefully. I do not want to die freaking again with that message. That's the third time. But where is that guy? We might be able to take the guy that ran here, because he also seemed to be like a pistoling or a hatchling, just like us. What's worrying me more is that shot over there. There's some guy on a rock there, waiting on anything that comes to that extraction, and try to snipe him. Seems to be fine for now. Here's where it's gonna get tricky though. Where are the scabs? That's my question. Yeah, I can't not see them. It's a bit foggy on that side of the lake. We'd have time though, 37 minutes. They might be doing a shooter born in heaven though. Stay on the low ground, especially if the boss is not dead yet. That's not the guy we want to run into. That's behind us. This fucking sounds, it's always like you walk over woods. try. We got some apple juice or whatever it is. What's that? We don't have... no. Okay. This is a trade though. We'll drink the water for now. We'll take the fuel condition. This one we can't take because we don't have a 3 slot in our rig. It seems to be there. We need to be there. Freaking out. And I also don't know where the mine line is. There are some mines here, that's for sure. That's an extraction, I think. Now we need to pay attention. Where is the line? Let's have a look. Is that the rock? Scap house? That's sort of the line, I think. I don't immediately see the signs, warning signs for the mines. I don't want to go too far in that grass either. That's the car, so scap house is behind that rock. Bunch of scaps hanging out there. So our extraction is there. Okay. But we're not gonna get a free walk there though. Because there are people sitting here somewhere. Don't immediately see them, but that's the problem. That's Cap House. So our extraction is behind that hill here. Don't go too far. Don't need to be on the car though. Okay. Made it to the next rock. Without anybody shooting at us. But it's Cap House. I think somebody just stepped on a mine. Although I think that first shot, it sounded like some heavy machinery. Scap house, but there are no scaps. Normally there are 3, 4, sometimes 5 running around. Don't trust this shit. Because that probably means they are dead. Which means somebody is freaking camping. Unless they just stepped on a mine there. I think they just stepped on a mine. I think we're good around here. Where's that car? Somewhere around here we should be good. Nice. Nice, nice. Our first win. And it's a good one because we have the Jaeger done. Things exploding and shooting around us, but we avoided all of it. We have enough XP. Everything we found is found in raid. Not sure what it is, 200 or 250 XP that you need. Other than that, you need to stay 7 minutes in the match. That's the easiest way. We definitely stayed 7 minutes in the match, so that made everything that we found in raid. Which means you can use it for quests if you need it, or you can sell it on the flea market once you have the free market available. There we go. That's a win. This thing, you can go to the dealers, Peacekeeper, hand it in, deal, you get a backpack. The fuel conditioners we need for a quest. Where do we gonna put that stuff? It has the white tick around here now, which means found in raid. We need 4 of these eventually. This thing we can use for one of the gunsmiths. The matches we potentially could use for trades, barter trades. The bear head we can put back on. The M4 stock we also gonna keep. I think we also need that for a gunsmith, although I'm not sure this one though. This thing also trades for Snickers if we need food. We don't immediately, so we can also just use it as a drink. It's not worth the trade. You can use it as a drink, so it's not worth the trade. But yeah, if you run out of food and you definitely quickly need something, you can use it. All the rest we don't immediately need use, so no, we can just sell. So go to mechanic, that's where we start with. Gives most money for weapon parts. We don't have to worry about flea market before we are level 10. We don't have access to it. Just sell to your traders. Ragman, everything with clothing, including mask, just sell it to him. We're also gonna sell a bit of this starting gear that they gave us though, because there are some things that I'm never gonna use. That's that. But what most importantly for us, tasks, introduction. Turn in the message that we made out of it this time. After 3 attempts, we made it out with the message. That's why I was playing a bit like a rat there. We completed. We get 15,000 rubles from it, 4,500 XP, and our trader mark with mechanic goes up 0.05. That's how you upgrade these guys. To get them to loyalty level 2, we need to be level 20, so it's not something we have to worry about immediately. Our trader mark needs to be 0.15. We already have 0.25 with him. Because I bought the Edge of Darkness edition, I start with 0.2 trader mark with all of the traders. So you have like a good standing with the traders already if you buy the I think if you buy the standard edition you start just with 0 and you have to upgrade them more. And we need to spend 750,000 rubles with him. Saying you sell most of the gun parts and such to him, it's not a big deal. Before you are level 20 you spend way more with mechanic. Mechanic is not your problem. Rackman, the same story. You buy and sell everything with clothing from him. You will get enough money with him. You need level 15 to get him to loyalty level 2. You don't even need trader mark with him, which is normal. because you can't get any trader mark with him, because you need to be level 15 before you can get quests from him. So you cannot upgrade him before you can have the quest. 750,000. We already spent 12,000 with him, and we didn't even we just bought like one bank robber and we sold a few small things to him. That's about it. The first one we have to worry about, in a way, is Peacekeeper, I think, if I'm not mistaken. That's the first guy we can upgrade at level 10. Once we reach level 10, you don't need trader mark with him, because it's also here, it is not possible. You need to have go through the skier quest, and when you have done Friends of the West part 1 and 2, then you will, with skier, once you have those quests done, then you will get your first quest from Peacekeeper. But by that time you're usually already way over level 10. So what we need to do with this guy is spend $11,000 with him. You can, for instance, do that by trading these. I think it counts the cost of the hard disk or something. It's the only thing we did with him, and we already spent $66 with him. Other than that, once you, what I usually do is I sell to mechanic till these numbers are fine. So if we spend 750,000 with mechanic, or buy or sell to him, then we stop giving things to mechanic. Then we go with Peacekeeper and Skier and Prepare and Jaeger and so on. Talking about Jaeger, we have unlocked him. That also means that we can examine the things that he has. At the moment there's a bit of a problem with fuel though. Because Battlestate Games has decided to create a fuel shortage, which means it's very hard to find fuel on the map at the moment. The prices are ridiculous. 400,000 for a 60 liter on the flea market, 600,000 for the metal tank 100 liters. There are some barter trades for it, there are some crafts for it. And this is why you unlock Jaeger. This little thing here, the pistol grip for the MP 133 153. That's why you need to find that message. You cannot get that pistol grip, which you need for Gunsmith part number 1, if you do not have Jaeger unlocked. The only way to get it is if you find it on a shotgun on the map or so, on one of the scaps. And what you also have, for 3 nippers, you can get a CMS kit with him. Also something as a new player you're gonna need. If you have a blackout limp, you need to fix it. You can only fix it with a CMS or a Surf 12 kit. You cannot get your hands on a Surf 12 kit unless you have level 10 and the flea market. Then you can get your hands on everything, as long as you have the money for it. But before you're level 10, you cannot get your hands on a Surf kit. So you have to deal with a CMS. And if I'm not mistaken, she does not give you the option to trade it. Not for the Surf, not for the CMS. So Jaeger is your man. So we have the pistol grip, we have the CMS barter trade. Nippers you can find in toolboxes and such, so that's not a big deal. You have some other things. The rifle scope here that you might be able to use for some things. He actually sells the MP 133 shotgun. So in case you do not find them on the scabs or whatever, you can just buy 2 of him and hand them over to Prepare for that first task that he needs. Another reason why you want Jaeger. Next to that, you can do a trade for the fuel. I believe it is 12 classic matches and 5 of these, what is this, army matches. 5 of these, and then 12 classics, you can get a 100-liter fuel tank. As a new player, that's the way you want to go, especially now with the fuel shortage. Now in your starters kits you get one 60-liter and 100-liter, so it's good enough. Seeing we have finished that quest, we also get something for it. 15,000 rubles. You always get a reward for the quest as well. So, hand over 2 MP133 shotguns. You can just buy them from Jaeger in case you can't find them now. But we do need to kill 5 scabs. So we're gonna kill 5 scabs at customs, or at least gonna try to do that. And if these guys drop a couple of those shotguns, then we can hand them over. Then we don't need to buy them. We also need to find salevas or craft them. We can't craft them because we do not have the generator yet, so we don't have electricity. And also here, gunsmith part number 1. What are the let's have a look. It unlocks the Glock 17 pistol, which is not a bad pistol. You get 50 bullets with it, and he also sells, mechanic also sells the magazines for it. The best pistol in the game is the 5.7, the SN57 or whatever it's called, but you cannot get your hands on it, so your other best option is probably the Glock in the beginning of the game. So you want to modify this thing. Now we could potentially, let me have a look. I'm gonna have a look if I still how I've done it. I can't have a look because I don't have the workbench yet. Okay. So we need to find some bolts and some screw nuts. Then we unlock the modding of weapons, and we also unlock the presets. Although I have reset my account, I think it remembers the presets. Because we reset our account, it was not if there's a wipe, then it might be that it does not save your but it also saved my it saved my controls, which I also have to have a look at, because there are a few things which I were not happy with. Check the ammunition is V. That's to see how many bullets are in your magazine. The fire mode is double click V, and check the fire mode is press B. That needs to switch up. I need to switch that up. We make this B press, and we make this V double click. Check the fire mode, check the chamber. But we want to change the fire mode with a different button than when we check the ammo. Otherwise it's going to be a mess. We save that. That will work better. Okay. I'm going to check the hideout. Something is going on there. Our backpacks will be ready, I guess. So we check the laboratory. There we go. 2 backpacks ready to rumble, and we can make another one. Fleece and a ripstop, we still have it sitting in our inventory from our starter kits, so we're gonna start this. Hand them over, and in an hour we will have another 2 backpacks. And these are 20 slots. You can put them inside each other. Saves you some room when you need it. And we have some backpacks here. They can go in there. So now we have 1 backpack sitting here in our inventory, but since they are all the same size, you can click on it, double click, They have like 4 inside each other now. You can also put this one in there. It has to be the same size or smaller. But you can, for instance, not put them in this thing here because it doesn't fit in here. 4x4. Yeah, this small one actually might fit in there. But this is like, yeah, some stuff in there, and then here you can put 4 slot items. This is a pretty good backpack actually. That comes from the starter's kit. Okay. Off we go again. We have another scab available. He has again a saw of Mosin. Yep. And we're gonna go customs again. 7 in the morning. Our goal this time is to find some toolboxes, get some bolts, screw nuts, a spark plug. Those are the kind of things we need to upgrade the other stations in our hideout. If we can find some salevas on customs, not that easy. There are a few medical bags here and there. You have the paramedic car on the checkpoint. You have the crack house, as they call it. You can find salevas there, but you also not just gonna pick them up. See, we are playing as a scav now. We already drop later in the match. Places like the crack house and so has been looted already. And I see Twitch is doing his thing again. What's going on with Twitch the last couple of days? We're streaming at 6,000 plus kilobytes per second. Let's see. We have some healing. We have some bandage. Melatonin. Cigarettes we don't really need. And the Vaseline painkiller is 7 for now. We have 30 minutes. We dropped in pretty early this time in the match. Crossroads or administration gate. They dropped us in the middle. We can go either west side or east side. Question is, where do we want to go? I actually want to go here. Check this toolbox. Wow. Wrench and a measuring tape, a blue tape, a screwdriver, and a white tape, I think it is. Those 5 items give you a tool set, barter trade with mechanic, and you need about 6 tool sets For quests, those need to be found in raid, obviously. But you also need to beat them for some hideouts. Things you need tool sets as well. I hear something rumbling. Meaning that I think Windows is updating or something. Also hear some things happening here. That's on our left. Wreck house is open, so somebody probably already looted it. Pretty quiet though. Check the jacket for keys. Or bolts. Since when do you find bolts in jackets? Okay. Not that bad bullets. At the moment I don't hear anything. Customs up is key. That's a big one. Well, big one, it's not that expensive, but screwdriver, will take that. Blood set we need as well. I think you need 3 or so for a quest. We don't hear much because we don't have a headset. Aramid I don't immediately need. Salewa though. I'm gonna drop the screws. We need that Emilia. You gotta be fucking kidding me. Okay, this needs to go. We need that. We need to make some changes here. We definitely need the bolts. We'll drink that. I need that customs key. The toilet paper can go. We need that squash. We'll eat this. Take the rubles. I could use the scissors though. That fuel. That fuel is gonna bother me, isn't it? The problem with this thing is this thing is worth 600,000 on the flea market. But I don't have the flea market. So this thing is so double at the moment. You can use it for your generator, obviously. That lamp is trading plate. This is like ridiculous. Oh, we're getting everything in one rate. Okay, we'll take care of that later. This trades into a Salewa, which we can hand over to a therapist. This trades into a grenade. Not that important. As a matter of fact, you know, we have the fuel. We have a Salewa. We have another Salewa. We have 2 bolts. This is actually good enough to get the hell out of here. Crossroads or administration gate. I do want to check upstairs though. Because I think nobody was here yet. And in case nobody was here yet, I might find another Salewa here. Nobody was here. There normally is always something on that shelf. Question is, where is it, bastards? Nothing on these shelves here. Can't use it. Not as important for me at the moment. That, on the other hand, is. We can get rid of that. They're not joking, are they? Two or four. That's a safe key. A room with a safe. But I do think we're not the only one in the building, though. We have to make a decision here. Crossroads administration gate. I think I'm gonna go Crossroads. Which means we only have to cross the river. It's worth it. It's already a dead scab. Might come back to this guy here. Where are his friends? He has our shotgun. No backpack though. What's going on with Twitch? First it gives me like 2,000, now it gives me 10,000 kilobytes per second. The most I've ever had. What the hell is this? A laser? I'm gonna get rid of that blood set for now. Nope, we'll take it with us. This thing is open, but it's not for us, I think. RUF? Nope. The only thing we have to avoid now is the freaking bush campers. It's like one of those bush where people sometimes sit in there as well. There's some decent items here though. Not worth much. Well, except for the fuel. That fuel is worth killing us. It's 600,000 for a heavy gear player. It's worth 600,000. They kill us. potentially make it, but never say never here. Because people sometimes are freaking camping in these bushes here. Okay, nobody camping trailer park. That's already a good thing. The only thing we have to do now is get on the other side of the road, to crossroads, and that's it. There's nobody behind it, so... That's a win. Oh yeah, we played as a scav, so we have to transfer things now. It's definitely a win. A rubbish rate for an experienced player, but for a new player, it's a win. Why is it a win? Because we got some guns. We need to check that gun first. We have the Sprut, we have a tactical flashlight. You can take that up. You don't need that. You can take all these parts off. You can even take out the bullets if you want. Where did it put them? Over there. There we go. And then you put in the magazine again. We go to prepare. Tasks. First shotgun. Turn it in. You can also use the shotgun. Keep it and use it for gunsmith part number 1. That's up to you. That's done. We need another one of those. You can buy them from Jaeger, but we just saved money by doing that. The fuel, on the other hand, is worth 600,000. That meldonin is something we need way later in the quest. The same goes for the blood set. So we keep that. We're gonna put some quest items over here, I think. Things that we can use, we put over here. We also have our first key. And we also had the office key, right? Customs office key. Pretty good one. We have a Salewa, we could potentially use that, but it's also found in raid, which means we can hand it over. A hot rod we can always use to drink. The Amelias we keep for the quest. The squash we keep. It's not for the quest, but I think you can make the Chuchonka with it, which you need for the quest. The bullets are pretty good, but as you can see, we have many of them. Well, pretty good. They're decent. Let's put it that way. The PS, unlike the 545 PS, 762 PS is not that bad. This we might actually keep. We potentially might need that if in case we need a flashlight or something for a gunsmith part. We have the bolts. The only thing we need now is 2 screw nuts. LPS. They're not super bullets, but since we don't have anything better, anything bolt action, we can use the LPS. We don't have any SNB or 7N1 or 7N37, so yeah, LPS it is then. The Glock rear sight. Yeah, don't immediately need that. The flash drive we do need a couple, as well for upgrades as for quests, so put that over here for now. Let's talk with therapists here. We have a plate. Click on the Salewa. That plate can be used to swatch it over with it. So we make a deal with her. She gives us a Salewa, which we can use. It's not found in raid, of course, but we can use it for healing. And then we can turn in the other one found in raid for storage shortage. There we go. 1 out of 3. And then the rest we can keep. The grenades. There we go. We can keep the bandages and all that. Can always use that. The art glass we need as well. For a quest in the future, we need 4 of those respirators. And the rest we can pretty much sell, basically. The fuel is a bit of a problem though. Yeah, for now we can keep it because we have to. Yeah, it gives 28,800 for it. It's ridiculous. See, there is a fuel shortage. It's selling for 600,000 on the market. So as soon as we are level 10, this thing is worth 600,000 rubles. Pretty much. That's what it comes down to. We have way too much bullets for this thing though. So I do want to do that gunsmith part number 1 as quickly as possible. But we need that workbench, so we have the bolts. If we can find the screw nuts now, then we're good to go. The Leatherman multi-tool we can buy from mechanic, so we just need 2 screw nuts. We can start the workbench, then we have the modding of weapons available, and then we can do gunsmith part number 1. We can buy, seeing we have Jaeger now, we can just buy an MP 133 shotgun. Adjust it a little bit, to what he wants it to be, and then go from there. That's the theory. Meanwhile, 11 minutes to our next scav, so we have to go PMC. So, we could use that Mosin. We'll take some LPS with us. The backpack we pretty much traded with the hard disk that we found. The Mosin we just got from a scav, so it's not ours. So we can't lose that much. This stuff here we can just sell. Knives you can sell to Jaeger. That backpack, it's not that big. Just sell it to Rackman. And the vest. You could use it, potentially. That is something we could do. It's not as big, but it saves us our Triton. Or you could sell it if you want. Loose bullets you can sell to Propor. And that police thing probably also to Ragman. Yep. And that saves us our Triton for future use. And now we can't lose anything because yeah, except for the pistol. But all the rest is free gear. The vest we picked up, the weapon we picked up, the backpack we traded with a hard disk that we found. Nothing to worry about. So off we go again, this time PMC. We go customs again. The goal this time. Try to find 2 screw nuts so we can unlock the workbench. If we in the process can get a shotgun MP133 for Propor and kill 5 scavs, that would be nice. In theory. Because that would finish debut. That would finish our first quest, which means we get more trademark loyalty level, whatever you want to call it, with Propor. We get some XP for it, we get some money from it. It will unlock a few things. I would like to have a boiler spawn now. It would be nice. A bunch of PCs there are a bunch of toolboxes there. And people usually rush to a gas station or dorms, so... Customs, you want to stay away from dorms as a new player, because that's where everybody rushes. It's also where the boss can spawn. The new gas station, if the boss is not there, yeah, it's a pretty safe place. I also made a mistake by not bringing the keys we just found. Not the 204 key, but at least the customs office. But that key is pretty important that we found that, because we're gonna need it for a couple of quests. So it saves us the money. Otherwise we have to buy it if we have the flea market, or trade it with therapist, but that trade is not that interesting though. Don't know by heart what she wants for it, but she offers the customs key. But it's a barter, and that barter is not that interesting. If you do that barter, you actually pay a lot for it, unless you find those items, obviously, but... But you want to get as much quest done, especially in the beginning, so that you... that gives you the most XP, the questing. So then you can level up. We're level 4 already. And the first hour and a half we just did examine things and started up the hideout and that kind of stuff. We didn't really play. And as the title suggests, Noob at work here. I'm pretty sure there are people out there who can get to level 10 in 2-3 hours or so. But we have time. Not that I'm going to play another 6 hours because we have some other stuff to do today. It's Wednesday. We need to do a summit stream for the crew as well. And I want to make these episodes, sort of export them to YouTube as videos. This one is a very long one, so yeah, it's probably the last raid that we do. And then next time we'll make them a bit shorter. Might stream 4 hours, but then I make 2 episodes for it or so, something like that. We actually have a good spawn. No, it's that way. Well, it's double. It's a bit double though. We're not the only ones who spawned on border side, that's for sure. Take the Xenon. I need one of those. I need, I think. Get shot from a player outside, I think. So I take cover. And then you have some pistol shotgun scav coming in the room and he shoots you from downstairs. Look at that. Sounded like a shotgun. Actually shot me with PS. 2 bullets in the thorax. Wonderful stuff. So now the items in our secure container obviously are not found in raid because we didn't make it out. We also were not 7 minutes in a raid, so And we also probably didn't have enough XP. Nevertheless, we keep these because I think you need a broken one for a hideout upgrade or something. And with the working LCD, you can make a broken one in your hideout. The lighters we can actually make fuel with. Once we have our workbench. So yeah, nothing much changed actually. Because all the things that we had on us were things that we have found. We're gonna put that customs key in here for now. Oh, let's see. Yeah, this is... PS is trash, pretty much. Unless we shoot him in the legs, we might have a chance. PP, not much better. 5.45, you want 7 and 39 BS or at least BT. BP is not that great and PS is even worse. That's what they gave us here in our starters kit. So we have no other choice than to use that PP19. I'm not a fan of it, but we have to. We can use the backpack that we have crafted. Also doesn't cost us anything. We're gonna have to go with the rig, I guess. But yeah, we lost our healing again. That is always a bit of a problem. Although we have a room, we could potentially do it like this. Because we have room in our secure container. We could put the splint in here and the heavy bleeds. Then we can only do the healing. Even that, potentially you do not need. We have still room here. I could potentially put here a Saleva and then don't take any healing. But I like to have a slot open here or two, so in case we find something good, that we can put it in there and bring it out. Because some things, if it's for questing, you need to find it in raid. Then it needs to have that white checkmark thing on there. But if it's for hideout upgrades or so, like these bolts now, they are found in raid, but I don't need them to be found in raid. It's just for an upgrade of your workbench in this case. These things we do need to be found in raid because they are for a quest. But yeah, all in all, we didn't have such a bad start. Already because of this fuel can. Once we hit level 10, we can put it on the market for 600,000 rubles. Then we just doubled our money, basically. That was a big win. Making it out with that fuel was a big win. I will do one more. We use this thing. The 204 key I don't immediately need. I have no intention in going to dorms. Which gives us 3 spots open in our healing, light bleed, heavy bleed, fracture, painkiller, blacked out. We have everything we need actually. We just need some stuff. For protection. We could use this, potentially. It's an option. What we also have to do is, we haven't done that yet. We have unlocked Jaeger. Our man over here also has tasks. So we need to accept acquaintance from him and turn in that Emilia croutons that we already had. We need to find in rage 3 of lunch boxes, 2 chuchonkas, and one of those Emilias that we have just turned in. We'll give 35,000 rubles, 4,000 XP. Not that bad. Yeah, that's the problem with the starter's kit. So he wants 2 of those, 3 of those, but they are not found in raid. I can't turn them in, so they don't really help you. We have enough energy and water, so we don't need to eat or drink yet. I am gonna put on a headset. I would like to hear what's coming at us. And we're good to go again. We can probably do a scav run meanwhile. Okay, there we go. I keep on running customs. Not the easiest map, but I'm the most familiar with it, also when it comes to ground stashes, and that's kind of important. If we pause on a ground stash, I can check it, and if I go to shoreline, I know a few. Woods, very limited when it comes to ground stashes, but they can make you some good money sometimes. Especially the wooden things. The buckets, yeah, you find some random stuff, but the wooden plates which are covered with leaves, they can give backpacks and rigs and everything like that. You can even find some class 4 or class 5 armor in there. So it's kind of important that you know where they are. 26 or 27, I think, on customs. I know most of them. But for instance, on shoreline, you have like 36 or 37 of those things. I think I know 5. Maybe a bit more, but that I saw on some other stream. But then you have to remember it on the moment when you pass by there. That's the problem. What spawn is this? First time I spawn here. Okay. Jesus Christ, man. They're not kidding here with this thing. Jesus Christ. We got a checkpoint key, we got 35,000 rubles, and we got a lapse key card which is worth about 200,000. And we got a mule. This is, again, it's one of those scavs. It's worth of spawning in and getting the hell out of there. What the hell is that? Matches, we need a cleaner. We need to upgrade the nutrition at one moment or another. We have the smoke balaclava, which is a streamer's item, but I don't think you have to turn it in. It's the latest one that they have added. We have some green tracers. What the fuck is he behind the wall? Oh, there. And he stops. So that's a scav, we don't really need him. What are our extractions? Railroad to the port and the RURF roadblock that is breaking on the other side of the map. RURF roadblock. That's the spotlight where we were earlier. The problem we have here now, if the boss is here, we have a problem. What Do we even have a Saigati? I was mistaken here with the fact that we're actually playing as a scav. But the boss shoots at scavs as well, because I walked by him the other day playing as a scav, thinking he would leave me alone. Yeah, not really. He got shot. Okay, I'm checking quickly the bus here. For the Goshen key, but it doesn't. Oh, nice. Alpha rig. This is pretty hell, man. Two scavs together. Could be, but what's he doing? Weird stuff here, man. We're gonna leave them be. I think that's a player. I think normal scavs normally don't take that route over there. We run into the woods. Definitely a player. Let's go there. Grenade, give me a grenade. Yeah, like hell. Doesn't give me anything. I need that mouse for a quest. We need that for a quest. We'll take that.
Ну чё, неплохой день, господа.
Yeah, whatever, mate. I think it said he will protect us. I actually also need that, but yeah. We take the knife. We need 5 of those. We also need that for Ragman at a certain point, but the Alpha Rig is way better. Wait a minute. That's solved. Where the fuck are you going, mate? 3 minutes. Three minutes. That spotlight better be on. Oh no, it doesn't need to be on. We are playing as a scav. I think it's always open for us. So it's on anyway. Somebody's trying to snipe from the other side. Huh? We're gonna use that guy to protect us. Maybe not, because I think he has a shotgun that we need. No, he doesn't, but... balaclava, do we need that? I don't know. Tactical rig. We don't need those, we have enough of them. Good enough. Good enough. Again, a big win. We need a key card for a quest. 35,000 rubles. Almost give our max our money back. We need the mule for a quest as well. The cleaner, I think you need 2 of them for nutrition upgrade. We definitely need hoses, a bunch. Matches we need for trading. We have another key, pretty good one. Customs key, checkpoint. SP18 would just sell for now. That rig. That is a Rackman, that's also a Rackman, that's also a Rackman. Fuel conditioner is also a Rackman. Those are all items we need for the Rackman quest. And that rig itself, he also wants 2 of those. So that's a big win as well. Might not be worth all that much, selling wise and stuff like that. But we need these things for quests, so they are big wins for us now. These things, I think we need 7 of them, 5 of these knives. That's for a propor quest. Balaclava, I'm not 100% sure. I'll keep 1, but I don't think we need it actually. And we have PS. Nice. They are better bullets. Yeah, we'll keep the magazine for now, because we don't have a 30 magazine for that yet. Do we even have something 762? Not really. So yeah. And the rest we need to transfer again, because we played as a scav. Alpha rig, also a big win. If we don't use it, this thing we also need. It's the first quest for skier. This is a streamer's item, although I think we don't have to turn it in yet. Aviator we don't need. Headset we can use. Yeah, this thing, we'll check it. That knife we can sell. We need the brown knives, not the grey ones. We need 5 for the quest. If we found some more, we can also barter trade it for an MP5. If we find 8 of those brown knives. Not that the MP5 is that super, but... And we also have a message. From somebody. Oh yeah, from Jaeger, because we did that quest there with him. Hideout. Our backpacks are ready again. There we go. You already see where we're going with this. Do some questing, you do some stuff. Meanwhile, you do some stuff in the hideout. And we already crafted 3 backpacks to go with it. We have a labs key card, which we can use either for questing or actually to go labs, although it's not advisable as a new player. Other than that, not that bad for episode number 1. We are sort of back on our 500,000 starters stack. We have made some backpacks. We are actually back over our thing, because we still have to sell these things. We can actually use this as well. Stun grenades, don't use them that much though. I could actually just sell those. There is a quest where you need to flash or stun players first and then kill them. So we might keep them for that maybe. We'll see what we do with that. Episode number 1 of the Noob at Work. I'm not gonna use that thing. Just gonna sell it. There we go. We go to mechanic for now. Let's have a look. Speed 10. Not gonna use that. Not gonna use that. Not gonna use that. I'm not a fan of the Saiga. So we'll just sell it. And there we have it. $13,000 profit we made. And we have a couple of good rigs coming out of it. How much room does that thing need? We can use them to run around with, or we can also use them as storage once we get some more of these items. What's this here? Oh yeah, we need that. And that balaclava I don't think we need. This one we can sell to... this one we can keep. We can actually use it and we can keep the Comtacs. The Comtacs are... personally I find them better. This thing is loud as hell, but not always as clear though. Let's see what is on here. Nah. No pistol grip. Jaeger. Jaeger, my man. What is this here? Oh, that bayonet. You can have it, man. I'm not gonna use that bayonet anyway. You can have the knife. The shotgun I will keep. Rackman. Clothing. Glasses, stuff like that. You need to have the ray bench. Wait a minute. Why did it say ray bench? Ray bench aviator glasses. Okay, we'll keep them then. Although I'm pretty sure it's not these that we have to use. For the quest. It's the art glass and I thought the ray bench, not the aviators. No, I'm pretty sure we don't have to use those. This one we need, that's also questing. And what else does he need? A toss shotgun, I think. That's the first quest for skier. Once we hit level 5, unless we are there already. No, not yet. 1 or 2 more quests probably, and then we are there. And then we get our first quest for skiers. This one over here. He wants that shitty white armor and a TAS shotgun. TAS shotgun we can find on a scav here or there. And this we will keep for shooting wise. Where's the rest of our guns? Yeah, I need to rearrange that a little bit here because otherwise it's gonna be a mess. This one we just sell. I'm pretty sure the one that we need for the quest says ray bench on the thing and not aviator. So we'll sell that as well. Pretty good. Got some items, we got some stuff done. We found fuel which is worth about 600,000. We made 36,000 and we are still alive and we have mostly all of our starting gear. Not that bad for episode number 1. We'll leave it at this. It's a very long episode, especially since I want to export that to YouTube. It's very long for a YouTube video. Nope at work. We almost made it to level 5 in the first episode. Good enough. And we will do the rest later on. Some I will do on streams, otherwise I will just make videos of it. But I will keep the series going, so that it become episodes from start to finish. So whenever I do something on this account, I will either record it or stream it from now on. Took a bit, but this is like, yeah, really from start to finish in this game. And that means we had to start with examining things and stuff like that. That will be it for now. Nope at work, episode number 1. I will see you guys in the next one. Bye for now. Thanks for watching.